Okay. YouTube Studio, let me just share the link if this is already live. There we are. Need to go to live. My microphone should be on. It's a little bit of a strange stream because I'm trying a new setup. But it does look like it's working. Get shareable link. Let me quickly go here. Okay, this should all be good. Let me just quickly check this stuff here. Seems to be all working. Just want to check. Yes, perfect. So, I'm gonna do a mixing session. The way that I've set it up is that I have a hotkey on my keyboard, so I can turn my microphone on and off, so that I can listen to it without headphones, which is ideal for me. Also, my mixing setup is a little bit strange today because normally I have two windows, right? Normally the mixer is on its own monitor, but then obviously I cannot show it to you. And that's where my chat is at and my OBS. So I need that monitor as well. I used to have like a different setup for this, but that was very clunky. I could like switch between the two different screens because I had a third monitor, which is currently broken. So I'll have to get by a little bit and we'll see how things end up going. But we should be on for a mixing session. So, I believe if I go like this, we should have all of the tracks here. Why is this so long? I wonder if I exported everything correctly. If I didn't, then this is going to be a very short stream. Let me just get organized here. First, let's just put this there. And which saw is it? I don't know. What do you mean by which saw? I haven't talked about saws yet. Let me find the reference. Final. Here we are. This is going to give me an idea of the length. Yeah, just for some reason the export length is longer, but I should be able to just push this in here. And then finally I need to see BPM. So this track has a BPM of, where is it? Dark times here, 138. Okay. So I go to project settings. Both of these are time as we want it. And then I go 138. Bam. And now everything is lined up with the track, as you can see. This is my reference. I'm going to mute that. And I'm going to set up my gain staging here. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody is here, and I saw some viewers already. So I select all of my elements quickly. Let me turn the mixer on, and I think if I go volume, that it will either add them on all of them. I just want to set the volume to -8. But if not, I can just go here, select all of my individual tracks that hold audio, and paste it on there. I have like a custom key command for that. As you can see now, everyone has a volume. This is just going to set it to -8 decibels peak level without affecting the waveform, which I don't know if there's another way to do that. That would be better, because now if I turn this off, we get like a volume boost, which is annoying. So I need to A/B by just like temporarily turning this off, or what I'll do if I need to A/B this is I set this back to 0 first, and then I set this to -8, or like turn the fader down 8 dB to see the difference, which is not exactly the same when you're talking about like non-linearities and stuff like that. So this is not an ideal setup. I wish there was a way to just disable this from toggling when I hit this button here, but I don't know if there is. Either way, let's get into some project organization. There is a dog barking. So what I'm going to do is just drag everything in the appropriate group and then insert tracks. So like extra groups for organization purposes. This one will be acoustic fill. Anything that has more than one element, I like to group them together. I'm very keen on having that kind of organization. Even though sometimes it's annoying with like project organization, in the sense that you have to scroll more and you have a lot more empty space on your project, right? Because this does not hold any information. This track doesn't, this one doesn't really hold any information. It's just organization. This is atmosphere. I don't know why I just called that atmosphere. This is my baseline. This is all leads. Here's another lead, there's another lead. Gritty synth, FM sweep seems to be a lead. I kind of look at the waveform as well. Anything that is gonna go into a group, I will leave that for later. See if there's some more stuff. Reverse synth. And tiny squelch. For now we can just drop these over in the leads already. Oh, let's actually put them in the group like that. Drop stab means that these are gonna go in there. We have intro plug. Welcome Melodify, how are you doing? A little bit of a different stream. I wanted to produce something, but if I open up Ableton now, it's going to lag because I'm also rendering out videos. My secret weapon, yes. I'm starting to like Reaper more and more. Like the customizability is on a whole different level. Okay. Main hat, let's give that capital. So these are different vocals. So even though it says main vocal 1, main vocal 2, these are not going to go in the main vocal group, basically. What I am going to do is make a vocal, main vocal 3 group. Because we have a main and an ambience here, so I can link those two together. It's all about linking elements, right? So all of this stuff can go into vocals for now. And what else do we have? We have another one there. Synth impact. And we throw these ones in there. I did that wrong. This needs to be like that. Always have the main on the top. Again, organization wise, that's just kind of the structure that I follow. So this is lead, this is lead, this is a lead, this is a lead. So step will be a lead, and then this will be a lead. So all of this already can go in here. And then we have some more vocals. Crash. Let's actually make a track for the crash. This seems to be a crash that I made with two different elements together. They link up at some points, so I might want to like compress them together. I thought this was Renoise. No, this is Reaper. So this together with the kick, main hat, and what else do we have? Some stuff here, snare. Those all go into the drums. And we'll organize them a little bit better later, but for now, let's actually do that now that we're here. Crashes go down here. And we have our main hat, we have our accent hat, we have our snare. And then here I want another track called Percussions. Hello Mindy, how are you doing? Okay, so that's organized. Unless wait a second, I'm getting a call. Okay, so these two might be part of the percussions group. Okay, so let's organize it like that then. Perfect. And then all of this should be effects and pads, if I'm not mistaken. So this all goes to effects, and this goes to the pads. Okay. I think that's pretty much it in terms of organization. Now we can set the colors. Was that the right one? No. Okay. I missed a few here. I could get keybinds for this as well, for those colors, because it's a little bit annoying going all the way here. Just have to like set it up properly. But Reaper is very customizable, and I really like how much different things you can just set up. Why am I not mixing in Ableton? Ableton has a tendency to not like long WAV files like this. So these are all like big files, right? Which have to be read from your hard drive. And Ableton really does not handle that well, whereas Reaper is basically designed for that stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to select all of my second level elements, which are basically all of the elements that sit at or all of the tracks that sit at this line, right? I'm going to mute those all individually. I think mixes only use plugins to make sound good and layer. Yes, technically that's true. The reason why I put myself in Reaper and export and then re-import is because it changes your state of mind, right? When you're in your production session, in your normal project that you build a track in, what tends to happen for me is that I'm very tempted to go into the track itself and fix any like sound design issues that I find or samples or whatever, and I don't want to do that anymore. I have decided, okay, this track is finished in terms of production. We are going to move on to the next step. Right, so this is just for me so that I don't feel the need to go back into individual patches and maybe edit the sound design or something like that. Okay. With that being said, I should be able, if I press so now I could actually tie that to space. I think. That way anytime I press play it just mutes my microphone. Maybe. But for now this will be okay. I just have to it's avoid infinite tweaking. Yes. Yes. Just to say, okay, this step is finished, let's move on to the next. Okay. So for me that means that I want to do kick and bass first. So I basically unmute elements as I add them. Right, I start with my kick and bass, listening to how my kick and bass sits, and then we'll move on to organizing the leads in a hierarchy in terms of importance in the mix, and then I'll add them accordingly, and then I look into adding all of the other elements. Or sometimes I go with like a few leads and then maybe some other elements. From that point the workflow becomes flexible, but I start with the kick and bass and then the drums, like my main percussion groups. I mix this whole bit and then I go into the rest, basically. So I'm using the EQ because it has smoothness parameter, which I like to set at 0. For some reason, all of the other analyzers don't have that parameter. I don't know why. But this just looks more detailed and better. And I can set some averaging. As long as I have like a standard and I have my slope set correctly. Have I paid for Melda plugins? Yes. Is the mic bleed from my system, is that like annoying? Okay, let me... I throw up an LFO tool, which I sometimes like to use. Actually, I'm going for SizeScope. SizeScope is better for this waveform. This is just the analyzers that I tend to always have on there. And then finally, the stereoscope. I use these analyzers to confirm suspicions. It's not a good idea to use this to actually make judgments. It is I make a judgment and then like based on hearing, and then I try to apply the tweak and then go into the analyzers to see what I'm doing, if that actually made sense. YouTube chat broken again. Nice. Okay, so here I'm just reshaping the high end of my kick a little bit. This is just going to free up some space above 10k. That's the idea behind this, right? You can see my filter is around 10k where it drops below like the 0 dB line. So that's starting to subtract the information here. In a kick drum, you don't really need this information. Especially if, like many sidetrans kick drums, you're layering it with a hi-hat. In this case, I'm not doing it. So for that reason, I'm boosting a little bit extra here. I'll have to listen to it for a long time to see exactly how much I want to bring back in, how much I want to extend this one. So right now I have it at like 9.5k. I could go up like maybe, say, I don't know, 12k for this one. You can up it a little bit, right? So this is just shaping off this area, what we're essentially doing. We cut out all of the above 10k-ish, again, generally, and with the position of the filter and the position of all of my other EQ knobs, what we're essentially doing is just shaping the area right under the area that we cut, so that it does have some definition in the high end, just not the extreme high end. Reason for that is because later when we put in the percussions, we want those to have a space. Am I mixing in the masterclass? The new one, yes, I am going to do a whole separate chapter. It's basically going to be like this stream, but more explained. Right now I'm just trying to get this mix finished. In the other one, I'll explain a lot more the exact like thought process that goes into my mixing. Going step by step, like guiding you through the whole process. For now, I just want to finish this mix. So if you're looking for a more explained version of what we're doing here today in this live stream, and of course also creating the whole track up until that point, that's going to be what the masterclass holds. Right now I'm still like in the experimentation process of seeing, okay, how does this kick react to like my high-end changes, right? You guys get audio, right? When I... Ah, my output. Audio device. This, give me a second. This needs to go to desktop audio. Where am I outputting to? Oh. Yeah, no, you guys hear the microphone bleeding. I can actually see on OBS if it works or not, I think. Unless I do this, but then it's on the same channel as the microphone. So then I cannot turn off the microphone. give me just, what if I what if I add another audio input capture, and this is desktop. This is going to use the normal output of that. Let me just quickly experiment here, and this is then going to be 1, which means perfect. Now I can, now I can let you guys listen to desktop audio and then just turn my microphone off so you won't hear the bleeding. So now everything should be set up. Sorry guys, a little bit of a mess here. As I said, it's a new setup, just trying this out. Either way, I'm going to be experimenting a little bit with the high end of my kick. It's lacking a lot of transient. Why kick sounds so skinny? Yeah, we're missing a lot of the transient here. And part of that is because I cut away the very high end, so that's going to have an impact. So I'm going to compress it and just basically duck the rest of the kick and not the transient, essentially. We can use this to kind of line up where it starts. We can give it a bit less attack and just really capture everything after this transient, right? So a few milliseconds. Okay, so basically, sorry, it's a little bit strange for me working with the microphone, turning it on and off. But basically everything after this transient, we just want to duck that down so that the transient itself goes up. And we're creating a pretty strong compression already. It's almost like it's not displaying it well. Maybe there is more transient than I think. Yeah, no. It is still lacking there. I just wonder if I go with a transient shaper, like how much. This kick is a bit of a mess here. Is it useful in our music to do gain staging with only VSTs? So gain staging, where gain staging really comes in is if you're using analog modeled plugins. Anything that I'm using here is all completely linear, right? So apart if I turn this into clipping mode, which right now it isn't. So what it means to be linear is that the input volume and the output volume of a process are, how would you say that, linked one-to-one, right? So for example, this EQ, if I turn the input gain down by 10 dB, the output gain will go down by 10 dB as well. So it doesn't change the process, right? If you go into this EQ clipping way out of hand, it doesn't change what this EQ is actually doing. Anything that's non-linear, so for example this M dynamics, which is applying compression, this is non-linear. You can see it in the graph. This graph isn't linear, right? If I set this to 1/1, this is a linear graph. So in this case, any input volume will be the same as the output volume. But as we had it set here gain staging does matter. What gain staging is setting input gains and output gains so that plugins work at optimal levels. So for example, I have every track peaking at -8 dB, which is how I gain stage the different elements within my mix. Now there's different types of gain staging. There's the way that you gain stage with regards to groups. So personally, I like to put any volume into the group. So say that I want to turn this down by a few dB and this down by a few dB. I won't do that. I'd rather turn down the group by a few dB. And then, why is this opening up? I don't want you to do that. And then if I need a difference in volume between this, then I'll use these two faders to actually do the difference, right? So that's gain staging. You should look up gain staging because there's a lot of different interpretations of the gain staging process. This kick and bass is a mess. What I might do, how much would I need to edit? Is there like a lot of offbeat kicks and stuff like that? Yes. Okay. So there's a problem of separation in terms of time with my kick and bass. What I mean by that is if I zoom in and open this up, you can see that my kick, where are the grid options? 1/16. The kick goes over the halfway point, which I don't want. For mixing, which level in dB do you set your individual channels and your different mix bus? I don't know if I'm clear, but my question is for having a good final master level. Is there a way without thinking limiter, clipper, etc.? Well, the final master level, you can just set that with your final master fader. So you can mix lightly, like I do at minus. I put all of my individual channels that hold audio, right, so this kick and everything else, at -8 initially, and then I only move down from there. So I'll end up with about 4-5 dBs of headroom going into the mastering stage. Then I can turn it up if I need to, right? Because that becomes my final mix. That becomes an audio file. I can turn up or down the volume according to what I need. And then you just do like mastering. You get your final level by mastering. And yes, there is a little bit of science to getting good levels in terms of the overall loudness in your mix, because you do need to mix in a certain way to get that overall loudness. What it really comes down to at that point is the separation of low end. So what I'm talking about right now with that kick issue, the kick going like, can I select things? Yeah, the kick basically being in this area, right? That little tail there, together with all of the compression and all of the processing that I'm doing, we don't want that there, because that's where the bass is going to sit. So those two elements clashing, you can imagine that creating a lot of volume, which is going to spike the limiter, whichever mastering limiter or mastering compressor that you use. So what you're looking for your kick and bass is a pretty flat line overall in terms of volume in the way that you mix, or your bass lower in volume, which is usually what I go for, a few dB lower. Oh. So you can see this works, but it's a bit of a mess here. this becomes very loud. And also, this is just a bit of a mess. Ideally, I would just redo the bass, but I can't because I told myself not to do it. If I'm using it to set my kick and bass at 0, is that a mistake? Phasing issue? No, this has nothing to do... Well, no. No, this has nothing to do with phasing. Because at the end of the day, with the way that I produced this track, the phasing was already taken into account. Like, I already have the baseline where I want it to be in terms of phase, right? Maybe a bit more processing, but I don't want to change too much with this. In terms of clipping your kick and bass, I wouldn't do that. Generally speaking, you want your kick and bass to be fairly clean, and a clipper is a very nasty digital distortion. So I would prefer to just use a tool like SizeScope to just check my levels and then mix accordingly, which is what we're going to do now. So after all of my processing, I can add an LFO tool, and LFO tool is very underrated for mixing. Like, this is a very useful tool. I can just scoop out the time area that I'm not interested in for this kick, which is the second half. Right, you can see waveform right now ends right where I want it to end. It does not overextend into the space where the bass is. I don't clip it, I set it up to -0.1 or -0.2. Okay. But that doesn't matter, because everything in PC terms is linear, right? As long as you're not going into a non-linearity, it doesn't matter what your volume is. Once you get into non-linearities, compressors, distortion, saturation, tape emulation, basically any analog modeled plugin, all of those are gonna have non-linearities, and at that point the input level and the output level of like your signal matters. For linear processes, it does not matter what your input level is. That's the property of linearity, that it does not matter. A linear process will not adapt to the input level of your signal, whereas a non-linear process does adapt to the input level of your signal. In this case, don't confuse linearity with linear phase. Linear phase has nothing to do with linearity. Even though it has the same name, it's a different concept. Linear phase is like a form of filter, right? Not a form of process. We're talking about like the plugin as a whole. So now we got our kick transient, or our bass transient here, which is nice. I have a candy for that. A good idea to stay motivated when doing things like mixing and this is to give yourself candy when you finish a task. Just create kind of a Pavlov reaction for yourself whenever you do something. Maybe I want to mess a little bit with this bassline. I don't know entirely what I want to do with it. It looks just like a mess, right? This transient is non-existent. But there's really not a way for me to get that unless I do... let me figure this out. If I set this to 1/8 and then to 6, does that mean that the transient will line up? Or do I need it to be 12? Yes. Okay. finally we're going to use a second LFO to remove the starting bit. This one is now giving us a nasty click. I do have some swing in the bass line. By the way, is the mic bleeding annoying? Because I can like put my microphone a little bit closer to me. We're getting a pretty clean bass line now, I think. I mean, the transients are not the same, but that doesn't really matter. Okay, so now I want to A-B stuff. 0. And then I set this to -10. I subtract 8 dB temporarily. And now I can just have a listen, right? How to make swing? You just offset the notes. Here you can see that the swinginess comes from the fact that the second note of the bass line and the final note of the bass line are slightly off the grid. And you just line it up with whatever swing grid you have. I think I did triplet. So what I did is I created a note. Wait. How did I do that then? I think I just moved it backwards, like a little bit, because if you go to triplet grid, this does not align with a triplet either. Right? Normal triplet notes sit there and there, but mine sit just like in between there. I know for a fact that in FL it's very easy. There's like a swing knob for global swing or pattern swing, which just allows you to like set an amount of swing. In Ableton there's something called grooves, which I'm not familiar with. I've never used it, but that might be something you can look into. Again, we're doing some EQ. Now it's important that we move this up and that this signal chain is maintained. It's very annoying. You cannot move this like down here, these LFO tools. You have LFO tool. Yeah, but this has nothing to do with LFO tool. When you're making the swing, you need to synthesize the bass. So it's about the pattern that you use, the MIDI that you use. I'm using LFO tool just to mix. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the LFO tool unless we're mixing. Unless you already have that stuff. Again, I don't know if the mic bleeding is that annoying, because I've left my microphone just on the whole time and you guys don't seem to care. So if you guys don't find it annoying, then I'll just leave it like this. Okay, let's set this back to where it should be. Does not change the sound, because all of what we've done fits within, or all of that we've done in the bass is linear. So what I just did does not make a change. Okay, let's look at some drums. Going to listen to the percussions. So now with one click I can just switch to my percussion group and we can listen to this mess. What is this? Is that... Okay. Which effects plugins do you like the most and which ones do you want to have? I'm currently not looking for anything. I'm pretty happy with my setup. And do I have the glitch one? No. To be honest, I'm not really that much into like glitchy sounds. But I can give you a few examples of stuff that I do like. Obviously Echo Boy for delay, Black Hole and Black Box Analog Design. Black Hole is a reverb, Black Box Analog Design is a saturation unit, and there is the mastering things that I have, the Shadow Hill mastering compressor and Master Desk. These both are made by Plugin Alliance, make some cool stuff. You might have... I don't think you guys know this one. This isn't a very famous plugin, but the mastering compressor is fairly famous as well, the Shadow Hills mastering compressor. You've probably seen this plugin used somewhere. I really like just gluing with this, so using both the optical and the discrete one, and then just both getting like half a dB off of it, right? Half a dB of gain reduction in total. It's almost like magical, right? There's obviously, I always try to explain things in terms of like analytical, but I cannot really explain what kind of feeling this plugin gives. It just pushes everything together with very little gain reduction. Whereas if you're using a normal compressor like this one, you need to do a lot more gain reduction to get that gluing effect, I've noticed. So that's kind of strange, but it's a very good one. The ELISA mastering compressor works well too. I've never used that one. One that I have from ELISA is their Niveau filter. Niveau filter, this one. This is just like one EQ band. Very good for just highlighting a frequency area with 1 or 2 dB of gain. Because it does, again, it does it in a way that I cannot really explain, but it sounds very cool. A free one that I can recommend for high-end control is the Lufticus. This is a free plugin. but if you put it to 40k and then just boost this, you have a very nice high-end control, and also these two bands. You can like do very slight decreases and increases in gain to get a very nice tonal shift. I can just remove this, I guess. Okay, let's do some compression on the snare. Why does this look like it has a double transient? Maybe because it does. Yeah, there's transient here and another one there. Let's just detect it for now. I'm gonna go with a hard knee compressor. Set. I'm just seeing what I'm detecting right now. Give this some attack just to slightly shift away from the transient here. Remind me of the name of your master compressor, please. The Shadow Hill mastering compressor. Okay, after this I go into a clipper. Basically what I've done is, let me explain what I just did here with this compressor. I compressed everything that I wanted to bring down in level except the transient, so that I can use this clipper to clip the transient. I don't exactly know why, but I just like that sound. So I'm just gonna gain stage into this. This is non-linearity, so as you see, we have to gain stage this, right? So I'm gonna go 11 and 11, see what that does. We're not actually getting gain reduction yet, so we need to push it a little bit further. Let's go 14, 14. Get a slight gain reduction. Now I just want to see. We're still getting a lot of transient here, which is not ideal. Sorry, it's a bit of a mess of plugins and windows and everything. But essentially, if we turn that off, I can just push it harder in the clipper with this output gain. Okay, so this gives it a lot more body, but we're also getting a lot extra loudness. So I'm going to compensate by just like 1.5 dB. Don't really do this by ear or like exactly. I just kind of, okay, I need to go down a little bit more. I haven't set a volume for this yet, so this is okay. Now let's go to an EQ. Want to see what I'm doing with the frequency content here. I'm going to do that before the clipper. I feel like, yes. This was my suspicion. That's a nasty high end there. So what I can do is actually use the Lufticus and just boost 250 by quite a bit. Gonna throw you down here. That's going to give this area like more body, more snap, right? This is what we're doing. What I also want to do is dip this down a little bit. We're basically shifting the frequency area. When I produced this, I had the intention of having all of the percussions basically at like 8K and up. which is not where you want them. You want your snare to be lower than your hi-hats. Normally I work with better metering, but for now this is okay. We are getting a lot more gain reduction now, so we can set that to -8. I'm going to make a track for all of the hats. Because I feel like I could use more swing maybe. Color. Maybe I think of to buy Soothe 2. Well, in my opinion, like those tools have only been around for, I don't know, the last 2-3 years, and it's not like mixes have become significantly better in the last 2 years. So I don't think you need to drastically remove the resonances of sounds, especially in psytrance. Right? Psytrance is a genre which is very much known for that resonant sound design. So using Soothe, you're basically going against what psytrance is trying to do, which is create psychedelic sounds through fairly resonant sound design. Right? When we use a bandpass filter, we set a high resonance. Especially if you're making a sound like this. Like Soothe would just smooth that out completely. Right, if you set it up. Obviously you can get some peaks out of there, but why would you do that? You're just basically taking the sound and making it more normal, which is not what we want in psytrance. At least that's how I look at it. I don't think I need it, but maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe one day I'll just get a revelation and see, oh wait, what I'm doing actually makes sense to use Soothe for that. Transients are a little bit lacking here, which is what I thought on the main hat, which are these three. So let's give those main hats a little bit of extra punch. I can actually use the SSL comp one. Yeah, because it only removes painful frequencies. Yeah, my point is not that it doesn't do what it's advertised to do. It's that up until 2 years ago, that tool didn't exist. And it's not like mixes have become significantly better once Soothe was introduced, right? It's not like it's making a significant change on the way that mixes are being done. I think, personally. I don't think you need to remove resonant frequencies of every sound. I've heard some of the demos, and like on pianos, people will add a little bit of like Soothe on there, like a few dB of reduction, and it just removes some of the character of the piano. That's not a painful frequency in my opinion, if you know what you're doing. Sure, it might makes sense in some cases, but it's not something that I would consistently grab. It's one of those. Just maybe for 6-7 years. Yeah, but my argument goes back to the 70s, if you really want. Like back when they did mixes only on analog consoles. It's not a tool that you would expect to use all the time. It's the kind of tool that if you were to use it, it's very situationally. Because most of the time you don't need to remove those like all of the resonances. So yeah, you can get it, but don't expect it to work magic on your mix. Okay, so I'm going to go slow attack on this one. And the reason is that I want to bring out the transient, as I said. Let's actually go for a fairly slow release. .1 seconds. This is more of like gluing what I'm doing with this compressor. Maybe the release is not fast enough for what I'm trying to do. Which is good. That way I know that this is something that I might use on the percussion group rather than the individual heads, right? So what kind of compressor would I use for this? Maybe just like a normal modern compressor, the dynamics. This is the kind of compressor that has no character, but I'm extremely fast with it, and it's really nice to see what you're doing. Let's put you down. I can just dial it in like this, and this graph exactly shows me what is happening to my sound. I can like look at the detection as well. Where do I learn how compressors work? Well, a compressor is very easy in theory. So essentially what a compressor does is it just changes volume, right? According to this graph. And if you know how to read this graph, then it becomes very, very easy. You just say, okay, I have a point and I have a ratio, and any volume above that point gets multiplied by this ratio, which in this case is 2/1 or 1/2. This is a positive ratio, or a ratio higher than 1, so it's actually compressing, which means that it gets multiplied by the fraction here. Basically the way that you need to see it is that if I set this to, in this case 11/1, every 11 dB that goes above the threshold becomes 1 dB going off above the threshold. What people have trouble with is using compressors, and in that case it's experimentation. It's all about the experimentation. You cannot learn a compressor if you never use a compressor. "10 years of YouTube videos and the same duration of practice." Yeah, kind of. I'm no expert. I'm just using the compressor how I know how to use it, which is fairly extreme settings, but just looking at the waveform and trying to get the kind of shape that I want. Yeah, at some point you're just going to need to grab a compressor, and then you'll start to learn it. Italians. So in this case I'm doing, this is kind of interesting, I'm doing a parallel compression, which, as you can hear, I've set up a very extreme version of the compression that I want to achieve, which is like very transient heavy, right? I could give it a bit more attack actually. You can see it gives really power to the transient, which is what I was trying to achieve. I overdo this. Like I said, it's very strong, so that the amount of compression is basically too much. So then I just turn this down. You turn down the dry wet, and the amount of, you basically mix the compressed signal with the non-compressed signal, so you get a bit of both. And that way you can just like tweak the amount of the effect that you want. And in this case, I want a little bit of extra power to the transients. So this is like, this to me it feels like a shaker. It doesn't really have that taka 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 kind of impact. This does. This has a nice click at the start. And that's really all I'm trying to achieve here. I think maybe this transient might still become a problem. Which means that we can clip it a bit more maybe. Yeah, that's already a bit lower. So now that we used that SSL before, we can just glue it maybe a bit. Maybe that's just interesting. Sometimes it's all about the experimentation, right? So right now I have nothing in mind to do. I'm just going to play a little bit with this compressor and see if we get it to like do some interesting things. What if we just take off just a little bit of a, almost like a dB of gain. And then we make that gain up again. Two times mastering. Yeah, mastering, it's nice that you say that twice, because it takes twice the amount of time to learn proper mastering than anything else. I think mastering is underrated in how difficult it is. I'm kind of worried about this bass line here, that bass note. That's the only thing that I'm hearing right now, or like seeing right now, that's kind of actually bothering me. But we can fix that by just setting this lower. Now this is going to change the swing that we have in our track, but I do kind of like the sound. It might be the case that that's also where, yeah. Okay, so that's also where the reason we were seeing that become louder is that's also the place where the head lies. So I think this should actually be okay. Is it difficult to remote collab? I'd like to advise on how you do it, maybe a video subject. the best way that I found is just to send each other stems, right? Export projects. I haven't done many collabs. I did one where we like 80% used the same plugins, so we could just send the project back and forth. That was very nice to work with, but it was limiting in the sense that you were not able to use all of the plugins that you might have wanted, or you would need to flatten it out and then use it, whatever. For stems, I just like I'm in a collaboration right now. I won't talk about it too much. I did work on it a little bit on stream, but it's very early stages, so I'm not going to like say, okay, then it's like finished or whatever. Sorry. I'm doing a collaboration in the... We're still working on ideas. So what we're doing is we're just sending each other tracks back and forth until we get to some final idea, and at that point it will probably change. But there's like two approaches. Either you use the same project file and you make sure that you both have all of the plugins that you're using, or freeze it, or you just send over like stems. You render out the stems of your project. And actually I have a video coming up on that subject, because if you remember, I did a video on that, on how like Ableton has issues with rendering. So I actually found out that the issue isn't as big as I thought. Do you remember, guys, that I think about 2 months ago, maybe a little bit longer? When was that? Yeah, 6th of August. So that's 3 months ago. Exactly 3 months ago, I made a video called Ableton Has a Massive Problem. I'm doing a follow-up on that video, which is coming out the 12th. I have it like scheduled and everything, but basically there is a way to just export all of the tracks from a project and then just send that over. The reason why it didn't work back then is because when I used that option on my old PC, it just crashed, like Ableton. But now with the new PC, that's working, so I redacted that little bit, and I just wanted to say like, okay, it is working. Now we have a little bit of a problem with the LFO tool that we used before, this guy. It is cutting off some of the fill kicks, which, right, this thing, these little kicks there, we want those to just come through because there's no bass playing anyway. So in that case we need to turn off the LFO tool. I am not going to do that now. I need to remember that, but that's a tedious process. I'll do that after the stream. For now I want to focus on actually doing the mixing and not so much the cleanup. So what we're going to do now is look at some of the lead priorities. Now that we have a kick, bass and drum setup. And obviously the drums might change. I might set like a different volume for the percussions and everything. I'll usually make that kind of judgment after I add some of the leads as well, because then you have more of a context. If we look at our mix now, you'll see that it's a massive blob here and a massive blob here, but there's emptiness in the middle because we didn't add our leads yet, right? You see like it goes down and then back up. Ideally we would kind of like slope down a little bit like that, and then have maybe a little bit of a bump here. Hello AC, how are you doing? What's the key of the bass? This is D sharp. Thank you. I think the power of this bass line... Oh, I remember what I did. This is actually very interesting. The offbeat note... so this note plays a D, and then these two play D sharp, and then the rest of the track is in D sharp. Pink noise shapes, kind of. Psytrance, in Psytrance we have very present hats, so it mostly follows a pink noise shape, right? That in the sense that you go down by a 3 dB slope, but you leave a little bit of extra bump up here in the 10 to like 15K area, so that you have a little bit of extra grit in there. It's the same with like techno. If you listen to techno, the hi-hats in techno they're mixed extremely loud and extremely precise in the frequency shape, which all of that frequency shaping will do later once the leads are added. Same story as the overall level of the thing, right? We need to do another stage basically to what we did. I just kind of went for like a template mix, in that I set up my snare, I set up all of the levels between the different elements, I did some dynamics processing on some of the elements, and then like some general gluing. Once we have all of the other elements in there, we can start to look into the actual tonal shaping. Do I put hi-hat on the mid or the side? I leave a little bit of the sides in. No worries, no worries. If I didn't want to answer questions, I wouldn't be streaming. No, you don't have to stop. I like doing this. I like explaining stuff. What we're going to do now is priority. For some reason... Oh, that's the loop point, yeah. Okay. So, let's see. This is an intro stuff, that doesn't matter. Intro plug, again, this has priority in the sense that it sits in this part of the drop alone. This is the lead for that drop, right? There's some other steps in there, but this is the main element there. So if I unmute this, you can hear that's the main element of this part of the drop, and there's going to be stabs and everything. This seems like a main element. I will put this as a main element, and any stabs and other things that are in here get lower priority. We have another element here, which is this bandpass plug. This nicely fills up this area. Right, so we already have this area filled up, this area filled up, and this area filled up with elements that we put high up, which essentially dictate our priority. Right, all of the main elements go on top. Which other elements can we find? Maybe this one. Now this is interesting. Here we have to make a choice. Here we also have this lead element. We cannot play both of them as main elements. This is just a mess. Now I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, but I believe there's also a lot of vocal pads in here. So I might relegate both of these elements as non-main leads, essentially. Another main lead that I'm sure of will be in there is in this. That kind of distorted lead there, which is a nice syncopated thing. So that goes up top. Let's see if we're missing anything. The outro probably doesn't have a main lead. In here, I'm pretty certain that the main element is going to be the atmospheres. These guys. Because they sound fairly nice. Like, fairly complex. And we have some vocals to go along with that. Doesn't always have to be in the leads. Just make sure that all of your main lead elements. Can't you sidechain compress one of the leads? Yeah, but that doesn't really solve the problem. Because I want one main element to stand out. So yeah, I can push it down. But then it's in between it's going to come back up, right? That's what sidechain compression does. If you were to sidechain one to the other. What I would do in this case is... Okay, let's take an example. Let's say, oh, this is a good one. This low fart thing. Say I put that right here, right underneath my main elements. My main elements are up until this, right? This bit, up until the one that sits here. If I want to mix this in with this element, let's just actually do that. Let's unmute those, and I have something soloed. I have those pads soloed. If we listen here, what I would just do is say, okay, this is going to be my main element, so I'm going to take that low fart one and just turn it down by a lot. And then you do your EQ and whatever to just make sure that you have a hierarchy, right? Because we do have a hierarchy within the music already. We have our kick, which is our main element. Kick is number 1. Bass is number 2. I mix my bass 1 to 2 dB lower than the kick, and then everything else tends to be below that. So you have drums, which take up a kind of section. I've made a video, I think now over 2 years ago, where I mentioned the term brick wall mixing, which was the idea that you can think of your track as a brick wall, where the lower you are in the wall, the bigger the bricks. So the kick is the biggest brick. It is on the lowest level of the wall, and or the kick and the bass maybe. The kick and the bass, 2 bricks at the lowest level of the wall. Then on the next level, you have some cement in between there, and then you have the next level, you have maybe your main lead and your percussions. Those are smaller bricks, so they are smaller in volume, but they are more important to the track. And the higher up the wall you go, the less important each individual rock becomes, or each individual brick becomes, because they are smaller bricks. That's kind of the analogy that you can use with a track. You're building up your track in terms of levels and priorities and like importance in the mix, right? So when you say sidechain compression, in your case, you're not really solving the problem of creating a priority. You're just pushing away one of the elements by the other. But it's not creating priority in the whole of the track. Personally, I like to mix with the idea that I'm creating this priority between this element and everything else in the track. And sidechain compression doesn't really help there. Because if I were to sidechain compress this, here, like you can choose a point on this track where this doesn't play, but this does, and then the compressor will go up, and you lose that priority. A volume slider is a much better approach because it just really turns down like the actual level of that element, right? The priority level, or in this case, the volume level. I hope that's a good way to explain it. Maybe I should have you watch that video if that's still not clear. It's called brick wall mixing, I think. Something like that. Should be on my channel. So, okay, now that we have established these priorities here, I can look into doing the individual elements. How long have I been streaming? 1.5 hours already. I do want to speed it up a little bit because we haven't really done much, to be honest. Either way, we have our priority between this element and this element. Now I need to look into the individual elements to see what is actually going on with the element. So in this case, I tend to solo it to find any major problems. I hear a lot of bass rumble in here. So I want to verify that. Again, I like to mix visually because I'm not in a great listening environment. But we can see there's a bit of a mess down here. We don't need that area. In fact, this will compete with our baseline. So I just want to create kind of like a bum at maybe 150, maybe a little bit higher. This is just to listen what it's doing. But essentially we remove all of the bass frequencies, but we bring back some of the like lower mid-range, you would say, that are 250, 200 hertz kind of area, so that it doesn't lose the warmth that it had. again, on the high-end spectrum, we want to make space, like I said before, with the percussions. The high end of a psytrance track is very, like, it takes a lot of time to like craft that. We tend to use the word crafting the high end for that, because it's same as the low end. The mid range, you can kind of do what you want. It's obviously it's not like a free for all, but the things that are easiest to mess up are the high end and the low end. So where this is just the kind of noise at like 10k or above, or 12k or above, I just remove it so that I don't have to deal with that, because I know that I want to prioritize the hats for this element. This element is going to, we can see it by the arrangement, it's going to always compete with the hats. So I just don't want that high end mixing up with the high end of the hats. It's actually funny to see what the high end was doing there towards the end of the sequence. I don't really know what I did with this element. You can see there's like peaks suddenly in the high end there, which is if you like add that to your hi-hat, that's going to drastically change the tonality of that high end, which we don't want. So it's a good thing that we remove that. I don't think that this needs that same treatment. It doesn't sound like there's like any problems, almost. I want to verify this. There's a little bit of high end, which maybe could be removed here. Evoc, I don't speak, I think that's Spanish. Is that Spanish or Portuguese? Either way, I don't speak it, so I wouldn't be able to answer your question. If I want to change the pitch of a vocal, which plugin is more advisable, and if you can show an example? Well, I personally just use the pitch in Ableton, which for psytrance is okay. If you're talking about like actually singing and stuff like that, autotune is like the industry standard, autotune or Melodyne, which I both don't have because I don't need them. So I wouldn't be able to show you an example of like them, how to actually use them. But the idea of Melodyne is that you can just, it's like a MIDI editor for vocals, right? You know, you have your piano roll, and you would have that for the vocals. You can just like shift the vocals in the piano roll, and it'll just change the tone. It's like magic. Autotune, everybody knows what autotune sounds like. Autotune will give you autotune. You can set the key, you can set the amount, and the higher you set the amount, the more extreme the effect. I hate the lack of space that I have on my faders here. Sorry, but I need to find... Oh, I can do them individually. Can I not do all of them together then? That's just giving me more space here. I don't want that. Normally I have my mixers on a separate monitor, right? Normally my mixer looks like this. Let me get to here. Like this. But switching between the two windows is annoying. So this is not something that I would normally do. It feels a little bit different doing it. Oh, I need to go back into docked mode. It feels a little bit different doing it here because the amount of control that I have over the precise dB level is a lot less. So I'm struggling a little bit in that area. I would like to maybe not have so many sends. I can move that around for individual tracks, but I don't think there's a way for me to edit them for all of the tracks. Like I would have just 1, 2, like say 2 cents, and then have the rest of this space be taken up by the mixer. I feel like this is still competing too much maybe in the high end. When it gets up here, it gets a little bit too bright and it kind of takes over. We can try just to completely remove that. Obviously, once all of the steps are added, it's going to be a lot clearer. Okay, let's do some stereo processing. Maybe that's the issue that I'm hearing. I'm still hearing that low fart synth kind of overpowering the other synth. What might be the case is that it's a lot wider, this one, because this, yeah, that looks like a mess. Let's look at the stereo for this one as well. This also seems to be a bit of a mess. So we're gonna do the same thing. I like to just lower mid a little bit down. I want to verify I might be able to gate this. Let's go with the dynamics. If you have a bit too much reverb on one of your elements when you get to the mixing phase, like I feel like I have with this one, we can just gate this. It's actually already pretty much where I would have that in terms of the threshold setting. And then we just dry wet it. Like, it's not nice to have it just cut off. We're not in the 80s anymore. So just slightly tone it back. Maybe I'll up the threshold a little bit. Yeah, as you can see, we're just catching the synth hit most of the time. There's a little bit there. I'm just gonna take like 60 dB out of it. You can hear like it's not doing much, it's just clearing up a little bit of that space. And this is what I think I was hearing before, where I felt like it was still clashing. Now, I think it has its own like space where it sits, right? It's almost not overlapping. There's this little bit in there, which okay, but the main bulk of the sound, this bit, that little thing, is no longer overlapping with that delay, which I think was kind of the problem I was hearing. For one, it is like panned to the left, which after the rebalancing that we did with like the volume and everything just kind of sounded off, I would say. But I think this is now okay. So now we just move on to the next element. Can go in here. Now this is also interesting. Here we have a group. The way I like to deal with groups is just to handle that as a track. So I just mix this group as if this group was the whole track. And then I'll go and mix it into like the rest of the song. We moved there, yeah, we moved away permanently, yes. We live in Italy permanently. I think we have some low rumble going on from that click. Although it's not as bad as I thought it would be. This is kind of cool in terms of the sound that we're getting here. I feel like we can really remove the low end from there, almost like this. Right, and just give it like a high-end boost a little bit. Let's have a listen. It's too loud now, but it's... Tonally, it is where I want it to be. Yeah, here I need to turn this one off, because this will mess that one up. Maybe that bass hit is not... It doesn't sound like I wanted to. Maybe I need to do some separate effect on this bit here. The turning off the LFO tool was not what is causing the kind of like nasty click. Let's just... There's a bit of a mess like back there. I don't know exactly what's going on with that bass hit. I might just end up turning that down in volume, like with an automation. But again, that will be something for after. I am going to make some notes, because this is the kind of shit that I'm going to forget. Yeah, the photo amount on the kick, and what would you call that? Bass. I'm just gonna solve the bass rolls. Do something with that. For now, I'm not exactly sure what I want to do there. I'm probably going to filter out some of the high end. Let's just, as a test, go like... I could see this being the solution. And then... right? Something... On the roll, that's something that I like. I am going to probably do a slide. Dip of that third harmonic there. What's going on here? It's like it's changing. Ah, wait a second. The kick comes early there. Oh, this is a mess. Why is that happening? This might explain a lot of the issues that we had before. Yeah, now we have a transient. Oh, there's a loop there. Okay, so if you didn't catch what happened there, our kick was slightly offset, which probably causes all kinds of strange issues. For one, it means that it's like going to extend more here, right? Isn't it? Wait. Why is this kick longer than this one? Did I I might change, or I might redo the kick here, because as you can see, this kick is longer. I do like the sound of this one more. Feels deeper, but it also feels like it's constantly changing timbre here. So what I'm probably going to do is, what I've probably done, now that I think of it, is that I went around and went to all of my projects to fix kicks and basses when I did my second round of production on all of them. And then I replaced the kick with the new one I created, the shortened one I created for this one track. And it only replaced this bit. I think that's what happened. Because from that point on, from this point on, everything is bigger kick. So what I'm going to do after the stream is redo that bit, because this is annoying. You cannot really mix it like that. Either way, for now, let's try to handle it like this. There's not much more that I have to do with this element now. It has been almost 2 hours that I've been sitting here without taking a break. how can I... Well, I can just insert a new track and then go here. Which track can I show you? I guess this one. I think this might be... yeah, so this is a mix. That should be okay in terms of volume. I'm going to take a quick break. I think everything is set up for me to do that here, right? Perfect. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'll just refresh my ears a little bit and then we'll get into mixing all of the other lead elements in here. So for those, if I'm planning to maybe turn this into like a video or something like that, maybe edit it down a little bit, because this is interesting as for people who are trying to figure out how I do my mixes, which is maybe not the best way, but still. I like to take breaks when I'm doing this thing just to, like, I cannot work for 4 hours, 5 hours at a time listening to a track, right? I need to take 10 minutes off and then just settle down a bit and then get back into the project. Also when I'm producing I do this, but also when I'm, especially when you're mixing, you need to make proper judgments, so you need to keep your ears fresh, is the idea. So for that reason I'm taking a break here.
tie your digital persona to your actual physical person by integrating technology into your body. It doesn't give you a digital voice that can speak for you in machine's native language, but also if you can't speak for yourself.
Okay, now it's active. And I remove the text and we're back. Delete the track, yes. Okay. Let's get into our next main element. And we have this one to go. Which for now I'm just going to volume down. All of these main elements really become interesting when if you're mixing it when you put in the rest. So what I usually do is I put in my main elements, give them kind of the tone that I want. In this case we had to make a decision in terms of priority. So I made that decision. Now what I need to do is find the main elements for this portion here, which there is some other stuff in there, but the main idea is to use the vocals and the atmospheres. So that's what we're moving on to next. And then it really becomes interesting when we put in all of the stabs and stuff like that. Now in terms of time, I'm planning on doing another hour, hour and a half, maybe 2. Otherwise it gets a little bit too long for me in terms of like a session. Maybe I'll do this in 2 sessions. So I'll do another stream where I like do all of the details. For today, what I essentially want is to add all of the tracks that are like important. So forget all of the like little effects and stuff like that, even though this track doesn't have a lot of effects. It's kind of a fun production in that I didn't really use any uplifters and downlifters in there. So in terms of energy, the track feels like fairly empty and dark, which is kind of what I went for this track. So not sure what the conversation here was. What did I say about risers, uplifters, downlifters, stuff like that? This part really is interesting in the way I need to mix it, because there are so many elements that kind of like are intertwined with each other. So we need all of these vocals as well.
Dark times. You'll make it through.
Right?
You'll turn out better.
So this one is too dark.
Dark times. You'll make it through.
First of all, we don't need any bass in here, so probably use something like this.
Dark times. You'll make it through.
We still keep the dark feeling by not having any material like here, but we shift it a little bit away from this area.
Dark times. You'll make it through.
I do kind of like the kind of twisty vocal that we have.
Turn out better than you were before.
You'll make it through.
And we have this other main vocal in here, which might also need some attention.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
We have another vocal in here. Also, the ambience didn't render properly. Let me write that down. Yes, how do you make sure you don't make a song identical to other songs that you already did? Sound design. You make the elements. It's all about main elements in that case, like effects, one shots, even kick and bass, drums. You can technically get away with reusing that. Although for kick and bass, I would like to have make my own kick and bass for each track every time. What really makes your track stand out is your lead elements, right? So, for example, I have this plug. I wouldn't reuse this plug in the same kind of track again, because I've already used that. Same with this atmospheric idea where we have a whole bunch of different mangling pad sounds. I might do something similar to that, but I won't use these sounds again, because I've already used them. So you just need to find new sounds. Okay. Let's have a listen to what we can do here. I'm also missing the fills here.
Dark times. Make it through. You'll turn out better than you were before.
maybe this. This one is a little bit too prominent. I want to first. I think the texture is too different for each of them. Like this one has its energy like sitting here, right in this annoying frequency. This is one of the situations where I would use Soothe, because every time the, how would you say, every time it's like different where the resonance is. This is actually one of those situations where Soothe would actually solve a problem that I'm having. So let's see if there's a way that I can do it differently. Maybe the auto equalizer allows me to smooth it out. Remove resonances. That's what I want. So this plugin needs to learn the target. So I'm just going to play this whole thing. Even though it changes pitch and everything. We have to make sure that it learns like the whole sound, right? And then we just average. I'm expecting now there will be a bump in here. Yeah, you can see this area kind of going up. Okay, so we can now remove. Okay, wait, yeah. Remove resonances. Okay, it's not doing what I want. Let's just do this bit. I wanted to capture this one as well. Well, I guess we could do that manually. The annoying thing here is that when removing resonances with this plugin, it opts for notches and not peaks. Maybe in the settings I can, yeah, use notches instead. Remove resonances. Perfect. I don't need that one. Now we just need to tweak this preset. I just use this to find the resonances, and I guess we'll have to do this one manually. Guess this can be like a high pass here. I can go for 24 dB on this one. Let's have a listen.
Than you were before. Than you were before.
Yeah, that just tames this particular sound.
Than you were before.
This one also has a bit of a resonance. In that, I guess this could, which I do kind of like. I think it's more this one that's bothering me. That one and What bothers me is towards the end for this one. So for 1.1k, I'm going to do that dynamically, which essentially means that it's just going to respond to the amount of stuff that's there, right? So if I go in here and set a lower smoothness, which this analyzer doesn't have. Well, I know it's 1.1k, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's just go. Okay, I think I can set the amount of detection. I wanted to detect, yeah. Yeah, you can see it going back up again. Let's have a listen to what this
You'll make it through. You'll turn out better.
I'm just going to high pass this part here because I want this to shift more towards more towards like the high end here. We have a bit of noise in there. I don't know. Maybe it's a good idea to just try to remove that last bit.
You'll make it through. You'll turn out better
A bit more.
than you were before.
And then here we, I think, what is the main element there? And this might be a bit more of an empty part of the track. Although I feel like there's an element missing here now. Maybe it's this one. Maybe this is like a long delay here. This saw stab as well. Do you hear how the kick is different here? Did you notice that? I don't know if it's coming across with like YouTube compression. Okay, ignore the first one. Do you hear how it's like differently pitched? What if that is the issue? What if the issue that I'm having with this kick is that there's two different pitches? Which makes no sense. But it will explain. Because here again, it's within the region that I want it to be. Except this one. So I don't know. I don't know why that's happening, to be honest. Either way, This sound doesn't bother me in terms of the resonance. Even though it has a strong resonance, I just need it to be a lot quieter. It doesn't really get in the way of the vocal in this case.
You'll make it through.
I guess what we could do here. Yeah. You see how here we have a lot more volume all of a sudden? I guess what we can do with this one is just compress that and like glue it all together. I'll probably do 2 stages of compression. I'll probably go with a compressor on this group as well. But for this one I want the higher end to come out a little bit more, I guess. So we'll use a multiband for this, the M Dynamics MB. Okay, so at 2K we want a band. I think I'm gonna do 3 bands. And then we have like the low darker band. What I'm going to do is I'm going to compress the lower 2, and I want the lowest to be more compressed than the mid one. So we'll set up a little bit of like gluing on this thing, like 3 dB, 2. Yeah, there are some spots in which this area is going to capture like more energy. Seems to be like a click in there. And for this one, I just want to bring it out. I feel like I want more of that distortion in there. Right? It's strange that it's not coming out more. I guess what we can do is use Lufticus on this one and then set it to like a 20K. Yeah, that's really going to bring out.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Kind of cool thing about it is that we mixed this one and I think also this one to have less high end.
You'll make it through.
Okay, for now let's turn off U. Gonna do another like normal EQ. I would say normal compressor, but like a wideband compressor. I know there's clicks in here. That's something I need to solve, actually. Which is pretty easy, to be honest. If you have clicks from your sidechain, just go like this. I do feel like we have a little bit of rumble in here. Yeah, you can see the rumble happening there.
You'll turn out better than you were before. You'll turn out better than you were before.
Slight dip on this thing.
You'll make it through.
I guess here we need some strong vocal compression, because what I'm hearing is that there's like a difference in volume between this guy and that guy, and I think we'll be able to see that in the waveform as well. Oh. You can see like this has a lot of spikes in it, which is generally not what you want for vocals. Now this is going to be interesting. Essentially what I want is to... How am I going to do this? Because this has a reverb on it, right?
You'll make it through.
I might need to redo the reverb on this. Like render out a dry version and then put in the reverb after the compression. Because the compression is just going to bump up the reverb amount as well. So, like this worries me, these peaks, right? Because here in this bit of the mix it just doesn't.
You'll make it through.
It doesn't come through.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Whereas here it comes through more, which is the kind of issue that you solve with a compressor, right? Putting volumes closer together of different elements. But that will also affect the reverb. So I'm going to set up the compressor as I would if this was a dry vocal, and then we'll just have to deal with the fact that there's going to be temporarily more reverb on this element than that there should be. Sorry.
You'll make it through.
Yeah, you can see, like, if I start targeting this, that peak, right? The first bit, that's as loud as the reverb, and you cannot have that. Everyone is so quiet today. Everybody is intrigued by my mixing skills. So now we set up. You can hear like the reverb being artificially pumped.
You'll make it through.
Right, that's too much reverb.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Also, the reverb sounds terrible.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Right, it's all in this area.
You'll turn out better than you were before. You'll turn out better than you were before.
Or cut the vocal part and make it quieter. Yeah, no, that's the problem is with reverb is that it's already sitting in here, in this bit, right? The reverb starts to act here. There's a little bit of like, what's it called, pre-delay, and then like maybe it starts to, the reverb starts to ramp up until this point. I think, like if we look at this, all of this mess is also reverb. So if I were to cut that out manually, that's going to take a lot of time. So I'm just going to I have this project. I can re-render this vocal, but without the reverb. So that's a lot easier. It saves me a lot of manual work. And I think I might be able to fix some of the kick issues that we had before as well, with the overlapping once I re-render the kick and also the bass. What I might end up doing is splitting the bass for each of the notes on the, what's it called, on the beat, right? So our bass line has 3 main notes, 1, 2, and then 3. I might render those out on individual tracks as well. Am I buffering? Is it? I'm not having any issues here. Seems like we're pretty well connected in terms of stream health. I've had no issues on my end. Maybe it's your Wi-Fi. I don't know. And then while I'm at it, I'm also going to save myself the trouble of having to automate the filtering I was going to do on these rolls and render out the rolls as an individual track as well. That just, it gives you more tracks but more flexibility. So that's, you end up with an easier mix.
You'll make it through.
Like I'll probably have something like this on the
You'll
reverb.
make it through.
Because like this,
You'll make it through.
that frequency bothers me in the reverb. I'm going to, let's say that this was a dry track. I'm scared that if I open up that project now, all I wanted to say is thank you for all your hard work. No, thank you for watching. I like doing it. I was gonna do this mix anyway, so streaming it and stuff like that, it's no issue for me. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate that. I would render out this vocal now during the stream if it wasn't for the fact that I'm also rendering out a music video, and I want to give that as much memory as possible, because if I open up Ableton now, that's just going to tank the performance of the rendering for After Effects. If you guys want a little preview of the music video, there you go. Little amazing bit of art. It's very low quality, I know, but it is there. It's the first like music video that is completely finalized. So I just want to render that out as quickly as possible so I can verify that everything, all of the animations are working as intended. And then I can render out the rest. So I cannot render things right now while that's still rendering. And that still has about 24 hours to go. So I can do all of that tomorrow then. Can we hear the track before you're done the stream? I'm not sure if I finish the mix today. What I'm planning on doing is adding as many of the elements as I can, like in a very basic way, and then all of the little details, all of the maybe the EQing on the stabs, and because I need to do like a whole bunch of like saturation, giving it a little bit of extra, you know, spice, a little bit of extra, what's the right word? It's hard to describe, but the kind of stuff that you get from small slap delays, saturation, very low mix choruses, all that kind of stuff. The little extra bit of detail that takes a track from just sounding like a well-mixed track to a well-mixed track with a little bit of extra personality. I'm probably going to do that in a separate stream because I just don't have the time now, right? This mix is turning out slower than I expected. So you'll hear the draft version of the mix, essentially, at the end of the stream, hopefully, if I can get everything in there. I'll get as much in there as possible, and then I'll play through the whole thing, and then we'll have a listen.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
So just as an example, I wanted to show what I would do with this, like as a reverb. So I'll probably do it like this, where we have its own track. So this will be the reverb. Okay, so this is now going here.
You'll turn out better.
We'll have the equalizer on here and not there then.
You'll turn out better.
And then this would be where I add my reverb, and then I can, you know, tame
You'll turn out better.
this
You'll turn
area.
out better than you were before.
Right now, obviously, it's going to sound like shit because it's not set up properly.
You'll turn out better.
But essentially, the reverb should,
You'll turn out better than you were before.
like, if you concentrate on the reverb tail, apart from the fact that we lose a lot of volume, from the EQ curve that we've set up, it feels a lot more balanced, right? Like, I can turn this up a bit. This as opposed to that. I need to like volume match these then. Yeah, now they're volume matched. Just realized you use speakers for mixing. Yeah, that's why the whole thing with the microphone turning off and on, I just kind of stopped doing that, assuming that the bleeding of the speakers into the microphone wasn't like so much that it would take away from the experience. I've been talking into this mic and playing through the speakers this most of the stream. I have the key to turn my microphone off so I could play it and have you guys listen to it without the bleeding. But it doesn't seem to be an issue. Maybe my microphone is just set up in a way, because it is a, what's the word, cardioid? Like it's unidirectional, right? So it is facing away from the speakers, but I didn't think that would completely cancel out the effect of microphone bleeding. And there's smarter ways of doing it. I could like sidechain the microphone signal to the desktop signal. I can maybe look into doing that for the next session. That way it just removes the bleeding completely. What else was I going to say? But it doesn't seem to be like an issue, the bleeding. Anyway.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
The vocal sounds like shit like this, but...
You'll turn out better than you were before. You'll turn out better than you were before. You'll turn out better than you were before. You'll turn out better than you were before.
Let's give this a little bit...
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Okay, so now it's a fair
You'll
comparison.
turn out better than you were before.
This would be the reverb before and after. It just kind of puts it more in the background. As I said, again, I cannot do it now. We'll for now just leave it like it is.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
Like all of the dynamics processing and stuff like that I have to redo. It might be a good idea to give this I'll give it like an what's a color that I don't use? This. Yeah, this stands out. This isn't... Well, it's the same as the effects, but I know that this is different. I can see it from the colors here in the fact that it's like in the vocal track. So for now I just know, okay, I need to pay more attention to that element later. What I think I'll do now is include some of the stem or the stabs and the like one-shots, the little things here. So I guess we can just start up here. It's nice in terms of volume. I would probably remove some of the mid-range. Let's see how low it goes. Isn't that bad. Maybe just the high pass to get rid of those harmonics that are there. I don't really want to affect this region. Like up until where the sweep is. Which is like here, right? The peak of the resonance. I don't want to affect that resonance itself. I just want to make sure that there's nothing below it, because we don't really need that. Did I already set the volume? I did, but I'm... That's gonna go into that area. Is there... It feels like in the second bit here it has less volume than there. Right here it's kind of prominent now. Then it goes down. I mean, there's more stuff on top of it. There's that fill. Probably if we mute this, the effect is less. What I can do is do a volume on this. The way I've set up my volumes, by the way, is that there's this option in Reaper for the people who want to actually use Reaper, is that anytime you have a volume set, it does not take your fader volume and put it in the automation, because that's the default behavior. Normally if you make like a trim, like I just did here, or an automation as it's like more commonly known, what it will do is it will take whatever volume you have set at the fader and then set that as the standard for your automation, and then it will set the fader back to 0, which I find very annoying because I want to continue to play with the fader. Guess just a bit more space in here. I mean, this is also where the kick kind of stops, so let's zoom in a bit. I'll put this kind of like there. Yeah, then it just comes through a little bit more. It's also a lot louder here than in the rest. I don't know if that's the patch or whatever. I guess I've started to really like this compressor for the gluing in this mix. I did take the mono one. That's not what I want. Stereo. Yeah, you can see that that one peak is kind of like affecting it more. And since we have a very long release time, that helps with the gluing. I'm gonna set just like 2 dB of gain, which is kind of the average of where we're at. Maybe even a little bit less. Hello, Steels. What's this DAW? This is Reaper. Reaper is amazing. But only for, like, I don't know the MIDI capabilities, but for mixing this is the best. Like, apart from Pro Tools, I think Reaper is like the second industry standard as well. So there's a lot of material available on how to do things. I've heard it's super good for audio. Audio capabilities is next to nothing. Like there's nothing like it in terms of how much freedom you just have in customizing everything and setting everything up. Like if I just right click on this, look at how much stuff I can potentially do. I have no idea what any of this does, but I can, which is, I mean, there's just so much stuff that I can dive into. And I haven't used Reaper a lot, right? This is like the sixth mix that I'm doing in this DAW, and before that I've never used it, so I've no idea what this DAW can potentially do. But what I'm doing with it now already, it's a lot faster and a lot easier to work in than Ableton for mixing. Also because Ableton doesn't like WAV files. Like it really hates like reading all of the files. It will just consume the disk. It's hard for me to transfer knowledge from Studio One to Bitwig when I spend so much time on Studio One. Yeah, never change DAW. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. The only reason why I did it is because in Ableton, if you were to place this many WAV files in there, it will just not respond. It will just completely stop working. And like I don't know exactly what it is, but it has to do with how much it reads from the RAM and how much it reads from the disk. But Ableton reads everything in real time, and I believe Reaper does it with peak files. So I can show you. This is like the folder with the stems, right? So these are all of the stems that are in this project. It creates all of these peak files, which is kind of the same as what Ableton does, but in the way that Reaper does it, it doesn't consume a lot of RAM. Like right now, what am I running on Reaper? 400 megabytes of RAM. If I play this, it's not going to read a lot from the disk, I think. It's not reading from the disk, it's not using RAM. I have no idea where all of this information, all of these WAV files are stored. Learning shortcuts, I had to do it because I love Bitwig. Never switch again. Oh. Then you would switch over. Yeah, once you find a workflow, then obviously stick with it. Like even switching from Studio One to Bitwig will take a toll on your creativity for the time that you need to learn Bitwig. But if Bitwig offers something that you say, okay, I can like actually improve my productions doing this. I'm not talking about some weird, strange modulation capability, but an actual like workflow upgrade for you. Like what I have with Reaper, in the sense that Ableton just isn't able to do what I want it to do. Then it makes sense to make that upgrade. But if you're going to switch DAW, you need to have a good reason, because you're going to throw a few months away just learning the new software. Getting to that point where not just that you know what the shortcuts do, but that you have that muscle memory for being able to work quickly and get your creative ideas into the DAW. I still struggle sometimes in Reaper here with exactly getting the setup that I want. So sometimes I like lose a creative moment because of that. But I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing in Ableton, so I have to. These are more like effects. I would almost place this in the effects category. In fact, I'm going to, because in terms of the amount of elements that we already have, I think this track is pretty busy, like here, right? We haven't added all of the steps yet. This is an annoying thing. You have to scroll back down to turn off the solo. I haven't found a workaround here yet. But once all of the steps and stuff like that have been added, and also the extra bit of vocals, this part of the track is pretty full. We have some crashes to add. What else is there? I guess a few steps. I guess it's not as bad as I thought. I guess we can... There's this one. This is the... This has the same effect... of you, Yeah, that's also a good reason, right? No, that's the kind of the thing that I talked about. In this case, it's not like you need a feature from a new DAW, but your current work environment is changing in a way that doesn't comply with your workflow. There's a lot of people that make the switch to, for example, like the Bitwig because of the modulation, and I'm like, when are you going to use that? I know it's a powerful modulation and it's fun to work with, but if you're actually writing music, how much of the time is being spent working on the modulation and how much of the time is being spent on like the actual creativity, right? Writing melodies, making synth sounds, mixing, stuff like that. Are the capabilities of Bitwig, I don't know, I've never used Bitwig. Are the capabilities of Bitwig up to par with a DAW like Ableton or Reaper or Studio One or FL or whatever you were using before, that you can do the important part at the same speed? That's what's important. Not so much that you now have the capability to do a little cool thing with the modulation. Because at the end of the day, nobody cares in your music, right? I guess we can make this reverb even like brighter than the original. I guess this has more like of that crispy high end. We can use that for just a little bit of like luftig. And what I'll do then is like a long attack compression on this, so that we get more transient in here. Let's detect it. This is almost like a creative kind of compression. Normally, a release time of almost 2 seconds is stupid, but what we're doing is we're just kind of turning this into like an impact. Right? Why is this turned off? Like that, okay. I just needed to sound as good. Yeah, well, is that really that much of a problem? Like, Okay, our compression is pretty strong here. 6 dB is maybe a bit much. I mean, are there any DAWs that sound objectively worse than another? I know FL Studio had for the longest, I don't know if they still did it, but back when I was on FL, they had this very annoying habit of starting every project with a limiter, which would add 5 dB of gain to your project. And that was just like the default. It was, if you think about it, it's almost like false advertising, because if you don't know, you're going to assume like, oh, my kick sounds better in FL than it does in Ableton, because Ableton doesn't add that 5 dB of loudness to it, right? So maybe that, I wouldn't say, it kind of tricks your ears at that point. Maybe I do want this to be like, I'll do this in a more elegant way, but for now let's just kind of like that it has a little bit of that extra noise in there. The elegant way of doing this is with the Lufticus. There's no better sounding though. As long as they don't do any trickery like FL, then I agree with you. Okay, so now that goes to 6. Okay, we need to trim about 3 dBs from there. This Lufticus, this is an amazing plugin because it's free, and not only is the high boost very particular, also these shelves work in a way that just, it's almost magic. Like you can do a 1 dB boost at this shelf, and it just gives it an extra little bit of feeling almost. I know I'm very annoyed with myself that I cannot put stuff like that quantitative, like analytically, because that's like kind of what I do, you know, explaining stuff for you guys. But it's almost unexplainable what this actually does to the sound. Like as an idea. Apart from the fact that this is probably adding loudness to it. It's almost changing the tone of it. And this is just on the dry one, right? We can do it with the wet one as well. But for now I think this is good. I liked it was clean. I don't think this is clean. This is modeled after... is it a massive passive? The massive passive EQ? I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? This thing. I think it's modeled after this EQ. Either this or a Pultec EQ. That would also make sense, because the dials are... I've heard about the Massive Passive plugin. Yeah, no, that's the Massive Passive plugin is also an emulation of the same hardware unit, but they both come from a hardware unit. Either this is a Massive Passive, or it's a Pultec, or maybe even something else still. We can just Google Lufticus and see what it's modeled after. Is a digital adaptation of an analog EQ with fixed half-octave bands and additional high-frequency boosting. It doesn't specify which analog EQ. it is modeled after an analog EQ, but which one? Or maybe it's a combination of multiple? It doesn't say. Because I've seen this kind of interface before as well. Oh yeah, the LKJB guys, they made it. I guess we're overdoing it a bit on the high end.
You'll make it through. You'll turn out better than you were.
For this bandpass you saw thing, I want a bit more stereo in the high end, I think. I guess I don't care about what the low end is doing here. I just want... I guess what we can do is like 50-50 this, because the lowest one isn't doing anything. We can... Then when the reverb comes, obviously it's going to be way too stereo. That's an issue. Although, that does make space in the mono mix, right? Like this gives us space to put this more mono. Which, I mean, this is already pretty good in terms of stereo foot. I guess I could like take that off a little bit. It's right. It's quite loud. Am I using this? Yeah, also there. So this kind of part of the drum loop. There's something that makes this bright stand out from all of the other drums, even at this low volume. I mean, obviously it stands out there because there's nothing else playing, but even here, maybe this has more. Let's see. Oh, wrong EQ. That's the only annoying thing about the Melda suite in terms of like EQ options, is that you have to switch EQs if you want to do like anything dynamic, anything automatic. Just go to a different EQ. And that wouldn't be a problem if this EQ didn't have more settings on in the basis of like normal EQ than any of the other ones had. Like if the dynamic EQ or the M-Auto equalizer had the smoothing function here, then I would be using it all the time as my main EQ. But it doesn't. It misses this, which is very annoying. Because, like, this is what I want to see, and what you get is like this. Like, what does this tell me? It's cool, but I want to see the resonance. I guess it's more like for tonal mixing, but still, it should be an option. Maybe it's this peak that I'm annoyed by. Let's just dip that down by like... Yeah, that's it. That's the tone that I was hearing. That makes it stand out. Okay. You can see that now I'm also kind of running back on some of the decisions that I made. Like I tweaked the volume here. I went back into the percussions. While you're building up the track, it's not like you add an element and then you move on and then you never go back to that element. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's not like that when you're mixing, but I still feel like I need to say it. I don't like how static this sounds. What I want is a high-end transient shaper, I guess. Transient MB. I need to set up 3 bands then. I'm gonna do the same here, where I just give it more. Is it me or it's not doing anything? Well, we can verify what it's doing. It is doing something. But I don't hear the effect that I want it to. I want it to be more like snappy. I guess a normal wideband compressor would do the trick, right? Let's see. One of my favorite techniques is this parallel gate. What I'm doing here, essentially what we're doing is we're just kind of gating the sound, right? Let's give it a bit less threshold. We create a setting like this, where it just kind of slaps down the gate over a decent amount of time with like the release. And then we just pull back on the dry wet. And I don't know if this is behavior of particularly M dynamics, or if any dry wet will give you the same way, but it kind of just limits like how far it will go, the range, right? I don't know if there's any other way to do it. Maybe there's like a... It has this range, but this is for the compressor, not for the gate. But it sounds very nice, and you can just set the amount of actual gain reduction that you do here. Like it actually gives you that readout. So I'm just like taking away 60... I guess, yeah, 50-50, that's 6 dB. for those who don't know, if you have 2 copies of a sound, how would I explain this? Like if it's 50-50, then it's a 6 dB difference. Melda is one of the best plugins, definitely the best free plugins. If you like their free plugins, you're gonna love their paid plugins. If you're willing to spend the money. It's very costly. It costs a lot of money. But I always give this example of what you can do with Melda if you really want to dive into it. Here you have a reverb. Nice reverb. Comes with a lot of different presets, each of which has their own sub preset. Very easy to work with, right? That's kind of what you want in a reverb. You want to go in here, you want to set what type that you want, and then you want to set length, size, and dry wet. That's kind of all of the controls that you normally would want on a reverb. There's not much more that you want. Maybe, okay, yeah, like high pass, low pass, which we also have here. So all of the settings that you want are in this page. But if you want to edit the individual reflections of the reverb, or you want to modify the formula used to generate the late reflections, you can do that. There's no reason to do this. But you essentially have control over each of the reflections if you want. This is way too much control. But Melda gives you all of that. And it does it in a way that isn't distracting from what you're actually trying to do. And that's what I like about Melda. I can't say it enough. I love these plugins. Going back to what we were doing though. Okay, I like that what we're doing there, a little bit gated. Truly good plugins, yes. And then, okay, so for this, ideally, ideally what you would want is you would have the same, because this is basically cutting the reverb. Now it bothers me on this channel, but I mean it's also present here in the same way, and also here. It's just that this just gives it a little bit of extra, I don't know. I feel like it's mainly this fill here. This bit doesn't bother me that much. It's also panned slightly to the left, which I don't know if I want that. The other ones aren't panned, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense. This might still have too much high end. Also, for some reason here we have only the wet, which I don't know if that's... I mean, I like the effect that the Lufticus brings, but maybe we need to tame it a bit. Like here. Oh, let's use a bell for this. I mean, we can do it with the Lufticus as well. Right around, what would that be, like this area. Or the double, which is like... I mean, we can just look at the parameters. We have the 640 and this area. If we just boost that a little bit, get some of that tone back. And dynamic EQ, yes. I think you were just not here when I ranted a little bit about the dynamic EQ lacking smoothness. Like, it's very un-Melda-like to not have the smoothness in here. And that's the only reason why I still use this EQ, because it has smoothness of the graph, right? Where is this? Let's see if I can find an EQ that's actually playing on something. Bass EQ. It's like the difference between this and this. The dynamic EQ looks like this, which gives you very little information. I mean, it gives you averages, which is good. But I like this more for when I'm doing like actual analysis of like my bass transient. I wouldn't be able to spot this if you turn on the smoothing. That just disappears. Right, it just becomes one blob. You wouldn't know that there's this massive gap in there. Which I need to fix. I'm going to fix this bass line. Kick and bass has some issues with the rendering in this track, so we're not even close to the final mix here, because I'm gonna replace the kick and bass then. Essentially.
You'll turn out better.
What happened there? Is that the sample? Or is that an export error? No, that's in the sample. I don't want that. I think it's beat time. I think it's sidechaining issues, but that's a lot bigger than there normally are, like the sidechain problem. Like, that's not a sidechain issue, I think. Like, if I sidechain, I could just I mean, that works, especially because we've made this fairly quiet now. And also this is now laid on top of other things. This first one is going to go down in volume a bit. Hello, Greedo. Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? I don't know. I think this might be one of my best streams in terms of numbers, by the way.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
I can't check now, but looking at the graph, it's almost like my max concurrent viewers was like 20, which is insane. Like, that's what the graph indicates. I can't check now the exact number because it sometimes varies a bit. Like, it might be 22, it might be 17. But I've never had that. I've never had the number 20 show up on the concurrent viewers graph. What DAW is this? This is Reaper. It's a mixing standard DAW. That's just better for wave, like wave files. That's the only reason why I use it. Oh, that's nice. Seeing people use my music as inspiration. I mean, I was hoping that that would come when the album was done, but hearing that it's happening now already, it's very nice. Yeah, I don't like how this stab sounds here. It almost feels like out of place with the song itself. Even though I know that... No, wait. It is out of place. It is not on the halfway point. Right? I would expect this sound to be like... Wait, can I not? Yeah. To be like there. Like this. That's where I want this. And in this case, I do want this to have a little less high end here. Great video that you uploaded earlier today, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. It's a very interesting technique. Right? The phasing thing. It actually took me a long... You have no idea. It actually took me a long time to find the curve for that. Which ended up being the simplest, like just like a ramp up. Right? But I was like experimenting with making small tweaks like this and all kinds of stuff. And initially I was trying to just emulate individual filters. Right? Okay, like, okay, we want a phase shift at 70 hertz. You would do something like this. I can't even draw it like this. You basically make a phase shift like this, right? Here, and then put this there, and then have like something like this. This is the kind of phase relationship that you get from a filter. Obviously it looks more like this. And it goes to 180 degrees, not 360. Either way, this was what I was trying to do, but it didn't sound good. And it wasn't customizable at all. And then I just kind of, out of frustration almost, did like this curve. And that worked exactly what I wanted to do. Essentially, it comes down to that. I'll give you the footnotes so that you don't have to leave right now. The idea is that when we normally do phasing on the baseline, right, with the filters, where we set up the filters in such a way that it causes the phase shift on the lower harmonics so that you free up space for the transient, that's really limiting on the actual processing that you want to do on your baseline, because you need to set your filters in a certain way. What I decided to do is, what if I just have a knob with the amount of phasing, which is what this depth knob here does in this current stage. Then I can use linear phase for all of my processing, and I can just set the filters wherever I want. And that was kind of the point of the video. Normally I play around with the Fab plugin from Voxengo, but this method seems ideal. The Fab plugin, it's different, so I'm gonna tackle this in the video as well. What I'm doing here in this video has nothing to do with phase alignment. Okay? This has to do with the synthesis part. Phase alignment comes in the mixing part. Apart from the fact that I prefer to do it on the kick rather than on the bass. What we're doing is, if I zoom into this waveform, you can see that this isn't a saw wave, right? So there's some phase things going on that makes the waveform looks like this, which is the phasing that we do. When you talk about phase alignment, that has to do with the relationship between this waveform, the one from the bass, and the one from the kick, which in this case is already set up, but that's besides the point. What you essentially want to do is you want to create or process the kick in such a way that you do not lose any information from the bass. There's different philosophies. There's people who like to line them up properly, like actually phase align your kick and your bass, so that you don't lose sub. personally, the way I do it is I remove all of the sub from the bass line in the parts where my kick is playing, like this, when I'm doing like a normal rolling bass line. Right, you can see it in the waveform. This has a sub bass in it. This one does not. It does not have that sub bass. You can see that this has the bass removed. And the reason why I do that is then I don't have to worry about the exact alignment. And what that allows me to do is it allows me to place the transient of the bass. I'm not sure if this is actually aligned, but it allows me to place this click here, yeah, right at a zero crossing, which means that I don't get an enormous spike on top of this waveform, which means that my limiter, my master limiter, won't be triggered by a massive spike here randomly. That's kind of my philosophy. Yeah, well, this is to alter the tone of the bass. Essentially, what we're doing here is we want to shift the sub bass backwards in time, which you do with a phase shift, such that the transient comes through more and you get more definition on the transient. That's the idea of this technique and this video and what we call phasing in terms of the sound design. It's annoying because there's two types of phase as well. You have the phase of a whole sound, of like a whole waveform, and then you have intraharmonic phase. And phase alignment works on the phase of the whole waveform, whereas phasing, which is what I explained in today's video, works on the phase between the harmonics, making the bass sound somewhat like a kick, right? Yes. Like if you exaggerate the, I don't have it anymore, the M freeform phase, it starts to actually sound like pitchy, right? If I go and set it up the way that I had the preset, you can hear it gets that kind of almost like, it's not as extreme as a kick, but you can hear like the pitch down effect, right? So that it's essentially doing that, but so little that it's just like a phase shift. You can barely hear it in this case, but it is there. And obviously you wouldn't do that in the mixing stage, because then you're gonna create a whole different mess, because these bass notes are all already put together. For the guys that came in, Projector will have a collab as well, but not much info yet. You'll have to wait and see. Okay. I tend to be very open on like my releases and everything. Right now, album has priority. I want this album to be out by the end of by Christmas. I want this to be out before Christmas. That's the goal. So that means that all of the mixes and all of the music videos need to be done by the end of November, which is why I'm not only doing this mix right now, but I'm in the background also rendering music videos, which is the reason why I'm not producing like on a normal Sunday stream. Either way, after that I have tracks for 2 more EPs that one is like very progressive sliding bass kind of stuff, and the other is more, it's still progressive, but it's like standard rolling bass. That's the kind of idea. I kind of want to split up the 2 EPs like that. And then I have another remix in the works that I have like on the back burner. I don't have exact release plans for those yet. So maybe it never releases, maybe it releases right after. I have to kind of put into place after the album what I want to work on next. But up until at least the end of November, I'm just going to focus on the album and I'm not going to worry. So if I say I have a collab in the works, it's like, yeah, there is a collab planned, but you're not going to see it for at least this year. So don't get your hopes up yet. Yeah.
You'll make it through.
I think Nicola knows which collab I'm talking about, right? I mean, you are the one who offered it to me. those who don't know, Nicola, who just joined the chat, is the one that I'm working with on the collab. As I said, it's very early. We're just bouncing ideas back and forth right now. We don't even have a finished structure for the track yet. So it's very, very early. Nicola is Boom Boom Bessa in my Discord server. He is one of my earliest viewers. So he offered it and I was like, sure, why not? I don't often do it. I've done it once before with, God, what is his name again? I know him as Felucia, I think. But he used to also be a viewer of mine back when I streamed on Twitch. And he offered me a track as well, which was very, very interesting in the sense that it was a kind of psytrance that I never heard before. It was like very progressive, but also very dark. It's the Phantom language, one of the collabs that's up on my channel already. But that was a long time ago, and ever since then I never did a collab. And then Boom Boom Bessa came with the idea of doing this track, and it sounded very nice, and I was like, I'll do it again, sure, why not? But normally I'm not like looking for collabs or something like that. You might have noticed, like, even if you go look at my tracks, there's one collab on there and one remix. And there's like 4 EPs of me just making my own music. Because that's kind of what I like to do, I guess. I don't know, something has to be very interesting for me to take enough notice to say that I want to put my name on that. And it's not like ego or something like that, but it's... I don't know, it's hard to explain. I just want to make very personal stuff, I guess. That kick is bothering me so much. You have no idea. I have to re-render it again, but you can hear the pitch difference. It's this one here. And then it repeats every 4 bars. I guess this would be a main element then, here. Or this one. No, this would be the background elements. But here, because here it's kind of lacking in terms of the elements that we have here. Right, there's that one stab, and then it's quiet again, and then this part comes. And only then does this synth start. Which, I mean, it's a cool synth. It's, now that I'm looking back at it, from a production standpoint, it's like too late coming in. I guess I can have this here. So this would be the main element then, which means I'm just gonna drop its volume by a little bit. How does this transition in the other main lead that we have here?
Dark times.
I guess that works as a transition depending on this atmosphere.
Dark times.
Because this just kind of comes in. I don't watch the major in Rio. I do, but not when I'm streaming. I've watched. What have I watched? I watched the Cloud9 versus FaZe game, which was very interesting. I watched yesterday I watched League of Legends as well. The World Championship finals took until 7 in the morning for that to finish, which was not planned. Is the kick and bass perfectly lined up all the way to the end? No, right now there's issues with the kick and the bass. I need to re-render them. As I said, there's like issues with the pitch of some of them. Like this kick is just randomly longer, right? This is the halfway point, whereas here's the halfway point. You can see the difference. Yeah, I don't know why. The reason why I watch League is because I used to have a roommate who was really, really into it, and he gave me all of the like backstories, right? So all of the players and everything, and he was like very hyped on the esports stuff. He also didn't play. I didn't play, but it's like I don't understand it. I don't know what any of the items do. I don't know which champion is like good or anything. It's just like I know all of the players through my roommate, because he would just constantly talk to me about all of the players and which one was his favorite and all of their backstories and whatever. So I've kind of continued doing that. Do you watch StarCraft 2? No. No, 2 esports is enough for me. As I said, I tried to watch most of the major. The FaZe Clan game was very interesting against Cloud9. I've watched all of the Navi games. I didn't watch much of the Challenger stage. I remember your collab with Darker Pace. Yes, that's his artist name, Darker Pace. It's been a long time. Since I took my break after that, because that was right before I took my like long break from the internet, when I like had the I wouldn't say issues. Yeah, I had issues with how I was consuming the internet and how I was structuring my life around music, right? Ever since that, I've never really talked to him again, which is strange. I mean, I took a year off, almost. So it's understandable that we lost touch, but I don't know. Maybe he's doing something different. But I have that collab with him, and I'm proud of the music I made there. Is this maybe a bit too gritty in the high end? Just give that a little dip there. I guess here this just kind of comes in. Like, does it do anything there, like filter movement? I mean, in terms of frequency content, it's the same all the way through. Either I leave this as a very like low background thing, and then just give more attention to this sound. I mean, right now it sounds very empty. There's some vocals that go in here.
I know you've...
This is missing its ambience. I need to render that as well. I think I had a wrong setting, because in Ableton, if you set it to take input from a track post mixer, it does not work when you solo it. You have to set it to post effects or pre effects, depending on what you want, because post mixer, it obviously you solo and something in the mixer, so then it doesn't take input from other tracks, because other tracks are not playing because the track is soloed. So I'm missing the ambience here, but it's this.
You've been through.
This kind of slowed down vocal. And I remember the ambience going pretty wild in this part. So there's gonna be a lot of like delay stuff happening even after like this point, the climax, right? Like it's gonna go into the drop, I think, even. So there's more stuff in this part, but it feels empty here. Like nothing is happening here. If I turn this down. So either we find another element that kind of facilitates that transition, which I mean it could be the vocal. Oh, what else is that vocal doing? This one. If I turn it up here to facilitate transition. I mean, I guess that works. You can be the kick. There was no kick in the collab? Oh. Strange. I'll check later. It's not something I'll check now. I can be your little kick. I guess I can just slide. Does this play anywhere else? It does. It plays here again. What's happening here? Oh, that's this thing. Ooh. I mean, once all of the elements are placed in there, it's probably gonna sound good, but man, is that harsh. Replace it or wait for your sound. Just replace it. I mean, for right now, I would say that we're still like in the phase of like experimenting, right? We're not finalizing anything yet, so we can still work with different kicks, and then once we put the idea together, we'll just decide. Wait, I need to go in here, turn you off. I guess this works well in terms of volume. It's here that it's now a little bit too loud, maybe. Because there's not much happening here, right?
Than you were before.
Guess I can like take like take a few dB off of it, and that gives it more presence here as well. Because now, with just this little like gap bridged, right? This is where it should start. It should almost look like this, the sample, right? So that it's at full volume when we transition into the actual breakdown. But now I don't have to do that, because this delay tail right here neatly covers the fact that this pad just has like a little bit of attack to it.
Start time.
What I need to do now is make sure that it doesn't come in too strongly all of a sudden, in the sense that this brings in a lot of mid area here. So what I might do is like a very steep curve, and then I can just automate this dry wet. For anybody who wants to get into Reaper, this is how you automate things. Just go like this, I guess. The automation is very strange because it's almost fully made for like writing it in with like controllers and stuff. Because obviously this being a mixing DAW, it's like, how would I say? It's made more for things like controllers and consoles, digital consoles, stuff like that. So it's not really made for just making manual automations. I mean, it works, but it's slow. You have to hold control to add like points and stuff. I guess we can also do a little bit of a volume. Just simple. I do like that you can individually hide envelopes like that. I guess you do the same in Ableton. But this kind of always has its automations under there. Right now, as you see, I can just have to hold control to create points and then just like plop them in there. And then I can edit the exact values. This is sounding good. I want to look at its lower mid-range here, this bit. I like that bit. I don't like this. This is a prime candidate for a high-pass filter. It took me criminally long to discover that this is how you change the slope of the filter in Melda. Like I'd looked into this window, and I was like, only has 12 dB per octave filters. What am I going to do with this? So I never used this as like my standard EQ because it only had 12 dB per octave slopes. Which, I mean, for most things is good enough. But it turns out you can go up to 120 if you want. It's not the kind of curve that I'm used to from a very steep slope, as in when you look at like I mean, it works, don't get me wrong, but if you look at something like FabFilter Pro Q, what kind of angle they can get like that, this doesn't really do that, because it like curves up like this, right? So if you want that, you need to almost like compensate for that, and you would need to do, if you wanted to just kind of hop and then brick wall down, it's not really a way to do that. If you keep it like this at the frequency, it starts to roll off much earlier. So this is 50, you can start to notice it roll off at 200, right? And at 100, I mean, it's minus 3 dB, which is standard for like lower filters. But I think for steeper filters, it should be higher. All doesn't matter, never use 120 dB anyway. Okay, yeah, I just want this to go in like higher so that we don't have that bass there.
You've been through.
Because the bass comes in later again from the kick.
Everyone goes through dark times.
Here we are either missing an impact or I need to add another kick towards the end there. Oh, here. That's it. You miss a kick. Yeah, normally I finish the kicks on the beat. Right? Same with the bass line. If you look at how I finish my kick and bass goes up until here, and then we have another kick. Here, for some reason, I didn't do that. I decided to go with only the effect, which is a strange choice. I normally always have the kick there. I mean, it works. I'm not used to it, so maybe once I put these things in here. Like, it's not wrong. It's just I need to get used to it.
Been through. But everyone goes through dark times.
You could just put a different type of bass in the next section. This is not a production anymore, so I'm not going to change the production. I think this is a bit, yeah, obviously. The production is finished now. We're just doing the mix. Yeah, if I was to go back into production on this project, I would never get it done by Christmas. Or released by Christmas. Because releasing it takes a month. So I need to I basically have up until like the 25th of November to finish everything. And I need to do one more mix after this one, and then I need to do all of the verifications on the mix. I'll have it like sent to someone who has like an actual good studio who can check for any very small details that I'm missing, and then I do the master. And then again I will have the same problem. I'll need to verify that everything that I did because of my listening environment is actually properly done, and then I'll get to like release. Good to have friends in this world, yes. Or to get enough YouTube subscribers to buy yourself a studio. Wait. Okay. I didn't expect that to be there. Is it even there in the production? It is. This is the production master. It sounds terrible. Way too bassy. I might just leave this out. and then just have like the have this in there. I like this sound. Is that the only time it plays? It plays once more. That's still a bit loud. It's just kind of like that extra ear candy, like that, yes. That's just people who love my music who give me money. Yeah. I mean, that's how it's done, right? It's also the reason why I have a new PC. It was completely purchased, in my case, with money that I made mainly by, you know, teaching and the student stuff I do. But still, that only happens because people like what you do. I forgot about this lead. This is crazy. This one. I like this one. It is a stab and it sits in the whole track. It's almost like I play it too much. Effort pays off for sure, yes. Well, it's not just the effort. Like, anybody can put in the effort, but it's not to come off to anybody in particular here in the chat or whatever, but it's also kind of being unique, almost. Like, I remember when I first started the YouTube thing, I did one video a day, which was insane. That was the eventual reason that I took a break as well, the long break that I took from YouTube before I got back into it. But I would do a video a day, and I would just grind out sound design requests, and that was all I would do. I would wake up, I would look at my YouTube, I would go into the comments, I would scroll down until I saw the first request from anyone, and then I would just go into that track and make that sound. It was terrible. Like, I didn't like doing it, but it was easy content, and everybody wanted it, right? Everybody wanted to sound like the popular artist. So everybody was requesting sounds, and they say, okay, how do you make this sound? And I would explain, blah, blah, blah. And I would also do other videos. It's not like it's only sound design requests. I think it's mainly other videos. But I specifically remember one evening, like late, just sitting behind my PC making this sound. And I was like, what am I even doing? This isn't original. This isn't what I want to be. And back then I had like, I don't know, how many subs did I have? Like 600, 500 at the time when I was like on that grind. I made the first 100 tutorials before hitting 1,000 subscribers, I think. Because I made my 100 tutorial special, that enormous video that took me a very long time, of the 100 tips for production. I made that still in Budapest. And then I remember hitting 1,000 subscribers back when I was living with my parents again. So I kind of made the change after that already, like moving away from sound design requests. And when I came back from my break, I was like, okay, now I'm just not going to ever do it again. Now the goal is 10,000 subs. I might have hit 6K already. This morning I was at 5999. Now it's 5998. So it's not getting better. I was hoping with the video being posted today and doing the live stream that it would go up. But it's a little bit behind the one that I get from the YouTube studio. But I should, either today or tomorrow, I hit 6K subs. Which Had you asked me 2 years ago, well, no way, right? But now, yes, the goal is to get to 6K or to get to 10K, and it's always the next goal. Once I get to 10K, the goal will be 20. Like, it's also the way that you push yourself, right? I like this synth here. I'm going back to work, also, otherwise I will never finish this mix. I like it here, and then it plays again the same way. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Maybe it gets better if I put this thing in there as well. I mean, it didn't feel as repetitive as it was before. I mean, yeah, YouTube is a game of just getting to the next milestone, right? When I did the 100 video special, I was like, that's amazing, that's great. I'll never do this again because it was terrible to make. I remember filming that. I did everything in one session, filming it, and it was, I think, 3.5 hours of footage that I recorded for that, because I had to edit it all down because every single tip was in its own project. Now I would just do multiple sessions, right? Like, I'll do what I do for the masterclass. I'll just sit down for an hour, 2 maximum, and I won't record more. I've also felt like ever since I came back, I've started to focus more on the presentation of things. Especially now with the new PC, and this final few months, I've really started to work on the way that I speak and the way that I convey, like, the message that I want to convey in the video. Because I used to say the word a lot more, or not the word, the noise. And I like the way that I'm talking now on stream, where I'm just making things up and talking as I go along. That's kind of how I would record my videos as well. But with YouTube now, it's not like I prepare a script, but I prepare a file of speaking points of the things that I want to cover. So I already have an idea of what I'm going to talk about. So my sentences flow a lot nicer, I think. I mean, that's the goal. What is the build specs? I can whip it up here. AMD Radeon RX 660 for GPU. A CPU is AMD Ryzen. The reason why it's consistently above 50% is because I'm also rendering a music video. This is a very powerful PC. Don't look at this graph and look at the processor and say, it might not be that good. It seems to be using a lot of CPU while it's just opening Reaper. I could have the 8 core, but I went for the 560. Nice. That's still a good CPU, right? Isn't that the 6 core version of this, of what I have? Oh yeah, the other interesting thing is like the 32 gigabytes high speed RAM. I got the 3600, which is not standard. I think standard is 3300 megahertz. You're indeed a very clear speaker and a good explainer. Thank you. 12 threads, yes, then it's 6 core, because each core is 2 threads. It's basically logical processors is the threads, right? There's an uptime of 4 days, by the way. Oh yeah, the other interesting thing is I have the even faster SSD. This is a very big upgrade, because one of my big struggles with my old PC was that I only had 120 gigabytes on the only fast storage that I had. So like doing any rendering of videos would have taken a lot longer, because I would not only have worse specs, but I also would need to render them to a hard disk. Now I'm rendering them to an SSD with all of the files used for the video also being stored on that same SSD, which is a lot better. Like, that saves you, I would say, maybe like 50%, just that fact on its own. But my render speeds for After Effects have gone up 8-fold on this PC from the previous one. And I mean, the previous one was also a recently decked out PC at the time. So it's kind of crazy how far along the technology has come in just 8 years. Like, you double the render speed every year, essentially. I just want to check the stereo here, because I feel like it's, yep, it's all over the place. This one we don't need. This can be, I guess this can be wider, because this is gonna be a background element, right? I was using an AMD FX 8300. Yeah, I had the AMD FX 8350 as my main PC CPU up until 1.5 months ago. So I did everything with that. Like, all of the older music videos that you see, and everything, that just took like days to render on my PC. Like, it's not, okay, the music videos I used to do before, it's not anything to compare to like the stuff that I'm doing now. What I'm doing now looks amazing in comparison. For one, I got good art. Like, I had somebody do the artwork. And then also, I just got a lot better at making the animations and the music videos. Because that's on its own, it's an art form. But even the older ones, I'm scrolling through my my content, like this one would take a day to render. Like, if you go to this, it's nothing. It's just an image moving towards the music. And then there's a little bit of text and some sparkles. This would take so long to render on my old PC. This would take me an hour to render now. So I also have the capability of just making cooler stuff. I mean, yeah, it's usable for music. My old PC would handle music fine, but anything around it, like if I want to do music, my philosophy is that I also want to do the animations and the music videos, and like, I want to create a full package, especially for an album like this. So I need to make music videos, and that just would take too much time on my old PC, and that was the final straw for me for buying a new PC. At least now I cannot watch the meter all the time. That's also nice. Just having that little bit of extra CPU room for it not to start crackling when you're doing something extreme. Something a little bit more complicated. That layers with tempo. I was confused why it was not turning off, but I'm mixing it so quiet now that it's like actually a background. Crackling, I haven't had that in a while. It's nice not to have crackling. Now the only thing that takes down my CPU is the maximum oversampling options on the Melda plugins. Have you guys seen that? I showed it off the last time, right? The last Sunday. I showed it off and it crashed my PC and we lost like 2 hours of work. Yeah, never again. 1024 times oversampling. And that's actual oversampling, no DSP trickery. It's a sample rate measured in megahertz. Like, the acceptable standard is 8. And then Melda was like, sure, we'll give you 8. And then, where is it here? Oh, it's not in this one, it's in the EQ, I think. Right? Or the dynamics. Toolbar, here. 1024. It's 4.9 megahertz project sample rate.
You'll make it through.
Do you know Regrader VST? I've never heard of that. Let's have a look. I'm always interested in new free plugins. Degenerative delay processor. Click to provide consent for cookies. Delay effect in which the repeats degrade in various ways. Provide. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna bookmark that. I'm gonna leave that open for after the stream. I'll look into it then. I won't be downloading plugins now, but it sounds very interesting. Yeah. Can do funny glitches. Sound interesting even with bass. I wouldn't put a delay on the bass, but if you want to do that, then go ahead. Am I missing any tracks in the drop? We have the intro sequence, which is its own thing. I think all of the stabs are in here. We have the effects. Apart from the intro and this thing. Okay, these are like effects. Doesn't really matter, right? The little sweeps and whatever. Those don't determine the mix. I'm looking at the whole picture of the mix if I'm missing any prominent elements. I don't think I do. There's the stuff that's in the intro. But in the drops, I think everything is there. Okay, the crash here. This is an interesting crash, because it looks stupid. I mean, look at the waveform. Because I made it of two things. I don't know why I did that. But what I think I'll do is just... I guess it works, it's just that it's a completely different tone. This is noise. I mean, I can make this similar, but that's just gonna... Then I also need to remove... Okay, give me a second. This is on the folder. I would need to have an EQ here which tames that high end. And then still, it's not like it's sounding good together. I mean, I guess I could have a bit more high-end like that. I don't know why I made this into two crashes. Why it just didn't make one long crash. I mean, it doesn't really accomplish anything. And then here, it's just the tail. So I guess it's a bit of noise, mainly here, but makes very little sense. I like to go hard on my own productions. That's kind of how you get better. So when I'm looking at this, I'm still alive, yes. I'll probably finish soon though, it's been 4 hours. We are almost done with the mix. All we have to do really is some effects. I still have to do all of the like detailed stuff, so that will be another stream. But for the basic mixdown, we're almost done with everything we're done with everything that's dropped now, because we put in that crash. We just need to put in some intro elements, and that's it. And then these effects, okay, those will be for the next bit, right? These things. I'll probably have this thing in here, which is kind of like a nice background effect. For now I'm just doing it like rough, but I'm gonna do another stream where I'll go through some more of the cool things that you can do. But this is like the main atmosphere, which I'm gonna have low, and then we have the main pad. I mean, there's not a lot of special stuff that I can do right now. I'll do more of the cool processing and all of that cool stuff later. Again, in the other stream, I just want to get it to a point where I can play it for a final time and just have the track totally play. Because it is getting late indeed. Intro pad and the atmosphere go lower. Ah, this is also in there. I'm gonna drop this in volume, because again we have a more main element on top of that. Okay, here it's not really coming through this main plug. It will come through probably here more. Yeah, right there it's at the point where I want it to be, but before I want it to be a little bit louder. Which, can I actually do that? Can I go up? I don't even know. I can't. Nice. Well, I guess I just go down here. It's the same thing. I just have to set up the fader. Am I gonna go 60 dB? And no, I'm gonna go 4. So then this goes up to essentially 0. It's the same volume. I'll have to do processing on this thing and make sure that that works. This is gonna be a mess in the stereo field as well. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna play the whole thing once more, and then we'll just have a listen. Let's do it like this. And then in the next stream, I'll do the whole thing. I'll finish the mix, do all of the making it sound good. It's not Ableton. Nope. This is Reaper. I mean, this is just missing presence here. I'm gonna take notes for the next time, but for today I'm just gonna call it a day. That's presence.
You'll make it through. You'll turn out better than you were before.
The drop step 2 needs to be redone. Because it had that issue. I think it was number 2, right? Yeah. You see there's a click there. Need to fix that. And obviously it's the whole thing of doing the balancing of the final elements. Because obviously I mixed the percussions too loud when I first added them, because those were the first elements I added after the kick and bass. I have some vocals to clean up in this project. Kick and bass I need to clean up in this project.
Than you were before.
There was another thing. Oh, it's the same thing. There. The crash is
You'll
too
make it
loud.
through.
Not sounding great right now. I kind of rushed at the end of the mix, and obviously we're still not finished.
You'll turn out better than you were before.
I am happy with the balance
Use these
of the
feelings to
different
turn into better
atmospheric
people.
elements
It's only for our own good.
in here. Don't mind this, there's reverb and delay missing as well. I did make one actual production change, which I said I wouldn't do, but it bothered me too much. Like the atmosphere in the track as I have it now is very nice. That's also because it was already nice when I produced it, so it's like it would be hard to mess up. But I mean, I did, you know, do it. I don't know.
I know you've been through,
Again, reverb and delay missing.
everyone goes through dark times.
Hello, Pedro. I'm about to finish. You're just a little bit late. And I am using Reaper, yes. For my mixes I use Reaper. For everything else I use Ableton. Just opened your browser now. It's unfortunate, but I've been live for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna call it quits for today. I already like this transition more than when I first heard it. When I first heard it, I had like a knee-jerk reaction to it when we were listening to the vocal. And you were before. Feels like I'm missing some elements. I'm gonna double check this, but also here it feels empty, and then the same was this the first 4 or the first 8 bars of this part before these 2 synths come in. Here, where was it? Like right here at the end.
You'll make it through.
Bass can be cleaner
than you were before.
You have that the issue with the pitch or whatever. But that's for now the mix that we did, 4.5 hours. Little bit of a rough start because of that weird pitching and the very strange things that happened with the kick. I'm going for the next session, which I'll do somewhere during the week if I have the time, and if not, next Sunday. I will do I will separate out the bass into its individual components, and then I'll render out all of the other things, the notes that I've taken down here, and then we will finish the actual mix. But I won't change anything about this project apart from replacing, for example, the bass line with the new individual components and the kick with the new track of the kick. I'll do that and nothing else, and then we'll just continue right where we left off. That way this mix session and the whole mix that I'm doing right now is then turned into like something that you can watch back if you want to see like my workflow and my mixing as well. I mean, it's nice, right? It's not as good as like a masterclass that's prepared, but at least there's something online for people free as well to just see how I do things. Also, the masterclass mix that I'm doing is like twice the amount of tracks, so there's that. Should be more interesting of a mix as well. But yeah, that's it. That's the stream for today. I'm gonna call it quits. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I didn't sleep last night, so I'm probably gonna go to bed now. As I said, I was watching League and it took longer than expected. But still, thanks everybody for coming. For some reason now I'm getting issues with the stream quality as well, so it's a good time to stop. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and for the next one, I don't know exactly which day, but somewhere during the week, and I'll try to see if I can make it so that the notification goes out early, right? So that you can set a reminder, and then yeah, it goes out a few hours early. You can set the reminder, and then I'll just continue where we left off. Remember to answer you on Discord. Yes, I will. I'll get right to that. See you guys.